Hello everyone, we're back. I kinda don't wanna be here. I kinda wish I was sleeping. I should not have streamed last night. But we're here. We're here and we're in it. Oh, we're finally addressing this, that's good. Guys, this game does not merit that level of seriousness. No offense, Phoenix. Like at this point, this game does not merit that level of dramatics. Yep. Well, back on the grind, as I say. December 20th, 1:23 p.m. Right, anything agency. We took Athena from the quorum straight to the station. Just like that? She's probably being questioned at this very moment. Yeah, my honest reaction to that. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now Apollo has gone off on his own to see his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. So on both I turned out to be. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah, it seems so empty too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was. At least based on what we know. But now Athena is the one who's being accused. In the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant Solomon Starbuck innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead, which makes no sense. Because, like, there's no proof that she was there in any way. What's, like, I hate to break this to, like, the case, as far as logic goes, but they should have needed to prove that she been there in, like, the last couple of days at the very least, if not the day of the murder in and of itself, to prove that there's any chance that she was there and that she was capable of committing the crime. Which, like, if she was, like, with Phoenix or like, well, I suppose with Phoenix would be the most likely, but, like, if he was with Phoenix or Apollo, like, at the office. Like, she has a goddamn alibi. And a good one at that. Like, she has several witnesses that can tell you that she wasn't there. Like, the fact that her fingerprints are on that lighter could easily be misproven by, well, or rather, it could easily be argued that it's not conclusive evidence by the fact that she should have an airtight alibi by the fact that she was probably working with two people who can very much prove that she was there. Hell, if she was at the office, Trucy is a witness. Like, there has to be people who've seen this woman not being there at the scene of the crime the day that it happened. It's very unrealistic, although to be fair, the police is really shitty at their job everywhere, so in that sense it's very realistic. But, like, it feels like everybody just taking seriously that the fingerprints would just appear there, and it's hers, and like, she's even the defense attorney for this case, which makes it really weird when she had no relationship with any of the victims whatsoever, at least no direct relationship. Like, she has no motive, she probably can get an alibi. It's more than likely that this was like fake evidence, and nobody's like pointing that out. Oh, I hit my mic, sorry. Like, nobody's pointing out the obvious here, which is what pisses me off. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. Thanks, Trucy. Agreed. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Phoenix, it's very easy. You can just accuse the detective of bringing fake evidence. You have to redo Solomon's trial if that's the case. But you could literally just come in and say that evidence is fake, and like, you have a case for it being fake. What is the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking, she'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will, and thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right, the trial is tomorrow, there's no time to waste. No time to waste. Thinking about Superman 64. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I'd better get out of there and find some evidence. Off we go then, we're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence. Great! Before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. The necessary evidence left at the office. Athena is probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Truce is right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. December 20th, still. Cosmos Space Center. Entrance. Oh god, it's you. Direct. God, my voice. I should have slept more. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Galactic scooter, full speed ahead! Director! He scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center. Boarding Lounge. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey! Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. It's all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You're giving me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Ikes. He saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's gonna be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo has a fine boss to look up to. Yeah, about that. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. There never was gonna be a lunch that day, not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess it's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris. Is he going to be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murder? Oh, really? I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, okay, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I have something from the police though. They said they never did find a pointed caliber gun on the trash chute. Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried away with them when they escaped. So was the person you saw holding the gun? Was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell. It was Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond the door now. Mrs. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure, just let me have my print scan here. Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right, because quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Time sure is off. Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. Oh, that's very nice of you. Oh, hey, clearly something that is a clue. Oh, I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are a lot of trees around the Space Center. He's right, it's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know, if they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor and they came in that way. Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know? So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and no sesame. So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either. That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints. When they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into boarding lounge 2. Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Well, anything new on the entrance? Yep! December 20th, Cosmos Space Center entrance. Curse of righteous my good name! Reverse curse of full speed away! Director Cosmos, wait! I handle this, Daddy. Take that! The mobility system has been compromised. Trucy's knife to throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. And the streak continues! Trucy, you little criminal. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing. Now, Phoenix, this is perfect. My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor. Daddy, he's going to blow that thing up! Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. Very well. I surrender. As a prisoner, I expect to be treated honorably. Do you think prisoners of war get treated well, I guess it depends on which prisoner. It still gets me that his stars are just Mario Party stars, like the ones on the jacket itself. Director Cosmo, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmo to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with. Please, I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner. Dude. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I have to lose his cyclops if I want to get to the bottom of this. Oh, wait a sec. Wait a sec. I just heard something. I don't think the mic caught it, but like I heard something. I'll come back in a sec. Okay, I apologize for that. It was just cats. I thought it was something more serious, but it was just creatures of the feline passation going around and making a mess. Not even my own cats. We don't have cats anymore. We haven't had cats in years. God, I miss having a cat. It's just like, I just kind of miss it. Anyway, do I have enough to deal with you, or should I go somewhere else first? Like, the Zoro statement, the Hope capsule, maybe? Like, I'm just thinking. I might have enough. For something this early, it feels like I should have what I need anyway. It would be weird if the game didn't let me. Like, if I had to find something else, so...
Take that!
Okay. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pods. I refuse, you can't make me. I can't hold out longer than anyone. I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see where to start. Here's how you explain your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it to save the astronaut, according to himself. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronaut escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion. Huh! My astronauts were raring to go out on an untainted adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing? I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the space museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off. Okay, so Clay was aware of what was going on then.
Take that!
He must have gotten Mr. Terran to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. Phoenix, its anti-anxiety medication is hardly... Well, I guess a lot of anti-anxiety medication is technically like a tranquilizer, but like... I don't know, calling it tranquilizer, it makes me feel like they're giving them like, you know, horse tranquilizer. Like, it's not that strong. It's not that... Like, the effect is not that dramatic. I know, I've taken like a bunch of different ones. Well, for some people it's very dramatic, but in general. And then Mr. Starbuck in a daze, and then with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded a replica rocket in the museum. Ah, someone please save this poor prisoner of war! How is he able to spin around like that? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch? If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone... I would have gone to all that trouble? I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how do you know to switch the parts that was the bombing incident? Well, that's because... I was warned in advance. Once I received that word, it was my duty to ensure my astronaut safety. But it was just a warning. It could have even been a... It could even have been a prank. Okay, Phoenix, I hate to break this to you, but like... Even if it is a prank, any, bomb risk is taken seriously until they know that it's a prank. Like, I had... Like, when I was in high school, well, technically I was in middle school, but the middle school where I went, it was a middle school and a high school altogether. When I was in middle school, a couple of high school students called a fake bomb threat to the school to get away from, like, a test that they didn't want to take. And, like, We all left the building, the bomb squad was called in, like, you don't, even when it might just be a prank, you don't not take it seriously because you never know when it's not a prank. Like, that's just how it is. Why do you believe in it so completely? Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days. Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. Yes, that's right, the woman contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see. AKA a regular old phone. It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call. The bomber said it's been a while? That was enough to make you take the threat seriously. Perhaps Director Cosmo took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before. Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. They had one miracle. They had one miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery, but in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by a current killer, wasn't it? Or if you knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real and it wasn't a prank. Ah! Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, they had one miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. Impressive that, you know, Solomon survived. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the hard one miracle. I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught, and that the case was closed. Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. I can see the person Director Cosmos that was the culprit. Hi, Simon. God, he looks like a mess.
Take that!
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same, so you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that you were shaken, it meant the true culprit's been running free all this time. How do you keep seeing straight through me? The reason why Director Cosmos wants to talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hard One miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened on the Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads. We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. 7 years ago, you mean the so-called Hard One miracle? The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind the exciting story of space heroism. All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming and going. You couldn't even smell that we did all live through those checkpoints. So do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. Spy! Like that demo man. You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country, carries out dangerous missions, and always gets the girl? Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess if you're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space research and development race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate destruction. Where are we? Like the Cold War again? This is so Cold War coded. No offense. 7 years ago, we were called before the launch warning us of sabotage. The same MO as this time. Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? Arguably, yes. They did about the same job, technically. But there's a good reason why we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were... What? No, sorry. At first I thought it was Phoenix, but also I'm kind of like... What? Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed! And then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. And that was a hard-won miracle, wasn't it? Then, 7 years later, the same MO advanced warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. 7 years ago, the spy gave you an advance warning of their plans just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pad, wasn't it? That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It was quite a moving speech, actually. Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points. Whoa. This was all a government cover-up. In some way I'm surprised, and in others I'm not. But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. And then I realized... that Doctor was a spy too. I was playing too much TF2. That's why I switched the launch pad and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from boarding launch 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a close for repairs sign at the door to launch pad 1 and in boarding launch 2. You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do? I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Taron. But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it. He'd already been thorough enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until, Clay's murder, huh? After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. But after all that effort, Heron is dead, and the HUD 2 is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, The center of the cosmos. My beautiful cosmos and space center is on fire! Wait, what did he mean by the Hope Castle was lost in the blast? I thought that the Hope Castle was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terran. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. They haven't had time since they just came back the day before Terran's murder. The capsule was being held in a safe in Launchpad 1. But I gave it to Terran before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that with it safely in Terran's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape, where precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway. But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe. You misunderstand. The launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. It was the core room bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the core room as evidence and was blown to smithereens. What? Yet another casualty of that blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pods. What? How? The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship, a tap on my advanced communication system. A wire on the phone. Yes, a wire on this very phone. I use this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion and planted the bomb then. Yes, if we're tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago? Yes, I'm sure of it. And the spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at the very space center too. So if we can find this phantom. That's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in! Honey, we're not going on a ghost hunt. It's an alive phantom, not a dead phantom. It's like Danny Phantom, okay? It's all over for me! Spin, spin, well, I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed. You think he's going to be alright, Daddy? Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to dive a little deeper onto that Hot 1 mission too. If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hot 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me, I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds. It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. You gonna keep doing that? He's gonna keep doing that. Okay. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center, Space Museum. Let's see, where's the exhibit on the launchpad 7 years ago? There, that's a Hot 1 exhibit. Oh wow, look at that photo of the team! There's Clay and Mrs. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackwell, and even Bunko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. Let's check out the newspaper article too. Had one launch imminent, and there's a photo of the Hope space probe. This is only natural, it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket. It must be the Had One's team's uniform jacket. The same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a Had One team member, it says. No, a replica, huh? I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. Hello? Oh, it's you. Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here? Literally, what are you doing here? I think I got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here, at the scene. You must be so worried, but rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her like no one has ever defended her before. Tina's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place has been really difficult for her. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What, you didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl. She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? Thanks for being, exposition fairy, Juniper. Hina's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. But why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility? I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too. So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. A sad memory? Can you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. The same time frame as they had one launch. Phoenix, for the love of God, just make the connection. Tina's mom in the robotics lab. With a scalpel. I mean, sorry, I was thinking about Clue. She was murdered. What? After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school. Poor Athena, and all this time she never let on a now. I've been so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. So the first time you've seen her in 7 years was during Professor Quartz's case. That's right, and I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy. What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. It must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. He said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Oh, wonder what kind of research it was. Because of her special ability, Tina couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Oh, Daddy, show her that picture. That's a good idea. Probably this one. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me? Oh, look, there's Tina's mom. The woman on the far right. The one in the kimono. That's Miss Betty's psych. Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Had-Worn launch? What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch. Just as I suspected. Well, that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered! So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime Professor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder rather than Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There is? Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods, and please try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So, we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through. The detention center first, and we have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. I went to sleep at 3 because of the stream last night, and I'm just so sleepy. December 20th, Detention Center, Visitors Room.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here.
Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. I mean, Detective Fake Bright. I mean, yeah, here on business.
To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tonate.
The one behind the coral moment incident?
He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about the case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over here to hear more.
Incredible. What was he saying?
Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself?
Really? Us? Are you sure?
Ha 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 ha! I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now.
Hi.
You! I don't think you have to come here. You're here to laugh at me, I suppose.
Look at where's my breath on you? Why is it that every time I come visit people at the detention center, they just like tell me if I'm gonna laugh at them? This guy, Edward, that one time. After all that, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence! No. Question! Okay. No violence? But Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. Then just answer me this, Mr. Tonate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was. That's who blew up the car room. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Truzy. I don't see any psych logs. So I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth, I did not detonate that bomb.
And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though.
That piece, the 7K one. That doesn't look like a piece of a bomb. Whoa, they've laid it all out piece by piece. Yeah, Phoenix, that's kind of how you do that kind of thing.
Ah, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them.
Mr. Tornado, stop masturbating while thinking about bombs. Uh-oh, looks like his kick switch has been activated. Hi, funny Fanty, it's been a while.
Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special round of questioning.
Anything but that.
I'm afraid I have to be off now too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes.
You're going to see Athena now?
That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go.
What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her. And after we came all this way, too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy.
Alright, sounds like a plan.
That was kind of useless. Like, I understand the point was telling you about the Tonate's thing, but like... It feels kind of like a useless use of a scene. So sleepy. Can't wait to get myself some coffee later. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center, Robotics Lab. So this is the Robotics Lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge. And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots. Daddy, look! Up there! So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Polo and Nara Blackwell. I wonder what they're talking about. Well, come to spoil our fun. Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Trucy and Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes, we just came to investigate his lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. Snooping as usual. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed and they all live happily ever after. Daddy, say something to her. I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, huh? I guess she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems to be suspicious of me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your copy for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say former subordinate? Are you still angry about the fact that I lied about the fake evidence? And Christoph? And the entire thing with the Mason system? and most of what happened in the last game? Is that why this is happening? Like, Apollo, are you still upset about it? Yes. Okay. Just wanted to be sure. I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? All this laughing has worn me out. You had to say something, Hannah Junk. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Terran? But that's Apollo you're talking to. This hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Terran, how are you on your injuries? Mr. Terran. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran. I guess Clay intends to hang around to hunt the princess that murdered him. And to hunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts. Yeah, right, and I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena no matter what you have to say about it. Oh, perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. It was like 7 years ago. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? And about why you have Athena's mom's picture on your desk? Kinda gay. Why do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or did you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about that incident too. It helped me understand the current case better. Oh, Apollo knows about the case too. Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo, come on, hunk of junk. You tell the story. Let me tell her that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Yes, who cares about personal privacy, not me. I have prayed to utilize my blast processing ability to impart unavailable information. Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through these laboratories I met Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much younger then. Yikes, better watch what you say if you don't want to get the recycled, Clonko. And their hearts were created by that great genius Dr. Betty Sykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Emotions are not irrational things, so logic and our hearts can be integrated. Clonko, I hate to break this to you, but emotions are in fact deeply irrational. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Betty sense humans. Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Nobody could continue Metis' research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companions are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. Rose are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? Phoenix, I hate to break this to you, but I feel like she kind of hates Athena, so I don't think she's gonna count her. Also, I think Metis drew her eyebrows in. I think she drew her eyebrows in. That doesn't look supernatural. We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. You lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay? I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. You know, Ara, you can just be honest about it and say that you're jealous of the fact this woman had a daughter. You can be like a weird lesbian if you want. You can be like, I wanted to be her daughter, you know, but like in a gay way. Megara, will you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Bronco is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain. And I could always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts are an emotion, their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. Phoenix, let her have her fun. She's been mourning for 7 years. But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So that is going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes too. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now, but that's exactly what I'd like to hear your side of it to help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology. He said to give himself an edge in court. Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly, and he was oddly serious about it, rather than a teacher-student relationship. He treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat her sovereign. Huh, he seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. Well, Phoenix, he's been 7 years in the joint. And as we all know, 10 years in the joint will make you a fucking pussy, so 7 years must do something to the soul. You haven't got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? Well, she is Metis' daughter after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, isn't that selfish little princess always having lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we were running to Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. Now the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just how you get anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a research warrant. Can you not hold Clonko like that? I mean, Clonko like that. Can you do that to Clonko? Clonko, you poor creature. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out now, Clonko. Show them out. That's the limit, Ara. Ouch! Don't push. I can't believe we're getting pushed by a robot. Well, maybe I can. My apologies, I'm just following orders. Did we literally get kicked out? Well, that sucks. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center, entrance. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman, what's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. And why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo loves Clay, just like how Aura loves Dr. Sykes, and they're really gay about it. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. Seriously, he's not even being cool and dark and mysterious like that. He's just being kind of a nerd. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? Sort of. I'm going to keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back! She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. Okay, who's gonna be waiting for me at the office? Someone has to be. December 20th. Right, anything agency. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then, for a while after that, she was always by my side. We're not going to think about Maya, even though she was an important character for like 3 fucking games, which is... You know, we're not even gonna mention her by name. We're gonna do the Ace Attorney investigations bullshit of not mentioning the important character by name. Like, with Edward it makes sense, because Edward is just... I don't know, denying that he's gay. Phoenix makes no sense. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired, and old, but mostly tired. Huh, there's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Hey Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting. I read something that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have really been something, although we're sparred for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part in my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurais videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Okay, they're gonna actually... Okay, fair. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Oh, hi, old sprites. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. That I use on Cyclops. Maya is the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick? Oh my god, is forehead back? Ah! Oh, it's you, Pearls! Oh, you're large! And your forehead isn't as prominent anymore. Aw, you're adorable. You're back. Wait, I need to do... I know that she's not a child anymore, but I want to do the voice again. Hi, you're being Mr. Nick. Receding hairline. This is Perfect, though I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, who is also spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. And she had like the largest fucking forehead you've ever seen in your goddamn fucking life. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all these way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for writing the door was unlocked. Wait, I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I hear ya. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Did you read the postscript of the letter? Huh? There's more? Oh, yeah. Here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office, so Pearly said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You'd better thank her.
Oh, so that's what what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls.
And Pearls, thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better.
Thank you, girls.
Now that I'm here going to weave this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all.
I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. You really are just gonna stay here and clean? Okay.
It was nice seeing you, Pearly. December 20th, detention center, visitors room.
Well, looks who's here. I wonder what they're talking about.
Who is this?
All this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. Oh god, it's Aura. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today. Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? You have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Alright, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please, see if I care. I don't like the sound of that. Whoa, I could cut the tension with a katana. Phoenix, it's not that hard to cut things with a katana. They're made for that. Right, Darno? It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. You bounce back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just the thing to do. As a result, Sexton was arrested. Was that the just thing to do too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? I don't know, fake bright. Maybe stop being fake bright and, like, don't give me fake evidence. Fake bright. Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. Right, Darno? This is lead-proof glass, right? Well, it's supposed to be at least bulletproof. Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 Year Past, aren't you? You villain, what do you hear about that? This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single. Oops! Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. This time. That is the face of a man who's planning to murder someone the second he doesn't have a bulletproof glass between him and his victim. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? Also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Gar. The guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. Huh. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Saxona's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Blackwell, I wish I could stretch my
my small little flippers into the screen and grab your face and be like, can you stop being a piece of shit for 5 fucking seconds? Like, we know it wasn't you, honey. It's kind of obvious. You're clearly not selling the murderous psychopath image. like I need to grab him and just be like, honey, it's not working. We know it's not you. We know this is just an act. Could you please move on with the program? Sekiro Blackwell. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. There he goes.
No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Now what are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer?
There isn't much we can do unless you wanna like enter the prison and talk to him in his cell, which I guess legally I could, but like that's more of an investigations kind of move. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case?
Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know?
Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted?
A little. The police called the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you.
I don't want to think about that one.
There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly.
2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they?
Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime.
The only one, huh? Ouch, that does sound pretty decisive. Except that if this happened in the Space Center, something, they change the position of the building, something is probably fake. Could you show me the footage?
Sorry, I don't have it with me right now.
I guess I have to see it some other time. And what was the second piece of evidence?
This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See? There he is at the crime scene, holding a bloody katana.
I can't believe he used to have short hair.
It was the victims kept on display in the room.
She had a thing for Japanese culture. Whoa. It'd be hard to explain this one away. I can't believe weeaboo crimes are real. Weeaboo murder, if you want. If you will. The weeaboo murder. That's an idea. But who took these pictures, detective?
The incident happened the day before the hard one lunch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the lunch was in the room across from the lab. He just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took.
Wait, just a photograph? Like who? Like which photographer? Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he?
Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches.
What did you just say? Execution date? Alright, because everybody who murders anyone in this fucking game gets the death penalty for some god awful reason.
What? Did I say something? Never mind me, you didn't hear a thing.
So he was given the death sentence?
Yes, he told me not to tell you people actually. But I guess there's no sense in hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow.
What? What? Tomorrow? No.
Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today?
Enough for today. Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago?
And it would be the worst possible scenario.
Yeah, this is why the death penalty is bad, because you kill a bunch of people who are innocent.
Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge.
But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. Although, to be fair, it's bad because you execute people, and having, like, the state having the power to choose who lives and who dies is already bad, because it's a biased thing that can be used for evil. But also, even if it was, you know, not a biased thing that could be used for evil, human error means that you're gonna kill a bunch of innocent people, so what the fuck is wrong with you?
I want to do something. I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision.
I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight?
You saw who he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Maybe his own sister could persuade him.
Uncooperative? When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow.
Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Well, right here. What's happening? You've got to be kidding!
That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now.
Mr. Lawyer, the robots.
The robots are. Detective Fool, right here, a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction?
Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans.
Oh, finally, Skynet is happening. Finally. Finally, Skynet. I needed that. I guess instead of humans fucking robots, the robots are gonna fuck us.
The whole is up in the space center and taking the visitors as hostages.
They did what? No, Trucy! Oh right, she's still there. I almost forgot that our daughter is still in the space center.
We have to go right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's just the beginnings of the robot apocalypse, which I welcome our robots overlords with open arms. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center entrance. The riot police are here. The robots really are holding people hostage?
Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around?
But I was only trying to help this night person. She said she was lost.
Sam, the clerk words are no human. You haven't taken hostages already.
Stay away from it. You never know what he'll do. But he's just a bad robot. Can you see he's just trying to help me?
I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. Alright, people, what's going on here?
Pearls, over here.
Pearls, what are you doing here? I thought you were still in the office.
Like, no, seriously, why is Pearls here? Like, if it was Truss, it would make sense, but like, Pearls, you were supposed to be like on the office, cleaning. What the fuck? I'm Unique. There you are. I hate to introduce I got so worried.
Thanks, Pearls, I can hardly believe what's happening myself.
I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy.
Klonko seems the same as before.
When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... did I say something odd? Did I err?
Oh, there is something wrong with him.
Wait.
It looks... Oh, goddammit, I thought it was Phoenix.
He looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Ha 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 ha.
Klonko?
Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. Finally, my dream come true.
The robots are rebelling!
Everybody run!
It's an all-out war! It's the end of the world!
Fools, how could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely.
What?
But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage number 1. Come here, I'll let you talk to them.
Huh? There's something being displayed on Clunker's face screen. It's the Space Museum.
Daddy, is that you?
Trucy, is that you? No! Trucy, are you alright?
About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've got hair wire. Our researcher is the one behind it. She's gone. And you can't talk so much.
Trucy, talk to me!
Why were you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening.
Let me follow right here. I'm all ears.
I want you to bring someone to me. Claytera's murder, Athena Sykes.
Athena? Now hold on just a moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that.
Oh, you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then.
No! Wait! Mr. Lawyer! I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I'd better go contact headquarters.
How do you point to my time?
I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker, could it be?
If you're not really that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages.
Princess, hunk of junk. There's only one person this could be, as if they, you know, the real hair and the face didn't tell you anything. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, even if you don't have plenty, you jerk. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer.
What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they got her in detention.
I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is a real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena, it's someone else.
Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who's his real killer?
I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same one as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case.
It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is.
But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might never be able to fix it.
Yes. What exactly are you proposing?
What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Well, just retry it in court. We still have time. I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make the demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth.
That's good, real good. Hey detective, I'll give you 1 hour, get a courtroom ready.
1 hour, but that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow.
If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that.
She will?
And I guess it can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny, you got that? Now follow Hunk of Junk. Riot, police, make way, we're coming through. Wait, I'll help you with the investigation.
Thanks, Bears, I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. I can't believe the robots were about to conquer Earth. That's disappointing. My dreams of a robot apocalypse. December 20th, Compton Space Center, Robotics Lab.
Cora dropped the stuff with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long, but we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright?
He's the hostage checker!
I'm back to my usual self now. You're still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived.
A guest? Is it gonna be...
My boyfriend is back! Boyfriend is back!
He still has a stupid car. Really? And he just let... He can't just step...
Trust you've been well, right?
Friend!
He also missed me. Edward, what are you doing here? I thought we were meeting later for like lunch. Well, dinner at this point. Sorry about the lunch. This is Miles Edward. We've been friends since we were kids. He's also my boyfriend. We have not yet married because Japanifornia has not made it legal yet. We faced it off in court a number of times when he was a prosecutor, but now...
He'll prosecute you, Edward.
Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, how are you? He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon, it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? Wait, does this happen immediately after we fucked around with Excelsius? Because that would mean that we got Excelsius Winner kicked off his job and then immediately took his job from him. To be fair, it doesn't happen like at the same time as the events of Apollo Justice, is a little before, because like Phoenix still has his badge. But basically we did, like, whoever was interim like chief prosecutor, it didn't last very long. I miss you, Edward. So what are you doing here, Edward? The captor chose me as a prosecutor for the UR1 case. Whoa, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown.
You're always so well prepared, prosecutor Edward.
Thanks, I appreciate this. I could really use the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have the crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see.
What a terrible way to die.
This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. Hey, there's the capsule there. I also have the autopsy report for you. Ooh. Cause of that was a stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, and so that was instantaneous. Wait, pierced? The way it's the way it looks before, like every time that it's shown in the flashback, it looks like a slash. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found on the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture, kind of a fucking weeaboo. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hunt 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. I heard his trial. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only one session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But the prosecutor Black we have a motive. To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, no, the part about the spy, right? Right, how on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. Did you use the Cyclops on him? I might have used the Cyclops, honey. We need to talk about the use of that Magatama with you. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Had One miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, so I've always been good at keeping secrets. Pearl, that's a lie. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think that he sabotaged the rocket and kills Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Had 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution? It's a possibility, and that's why I intend to help you any way I can. Thanks, Edward. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. I'll do it together. Also, Edward, question. Did you approve for Blackwell to be working as a prosecutor while jailed? Because, like, you're chief prosecutor. You should know about this. Like, did Edward approve of this? Like, you would assume. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. You kill your food processor? That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. This was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule. Which reminds me... So, they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Nara Blackwell. I wonder what they're talking about. Edward, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? You mean this is a custom-made shock-resistant bag? But how do you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. He's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, you see. Yeah, don't worry about it. Right, did you fuck up your relationship with your subordinate? Maybe a little bit, shut up! This is one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is it supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I will the ultimate gavel of justice. I am Judge Tuan. GT's here too. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He is right, Pearls. No sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The matter occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? Well, you can see the probe in this newspaper photo. Yes, as you can see, the solid moon rock is there too. A strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture that looks exactly the same as it is as the thing in this photo of the funny fanty thing. This thing.
Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo.
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen.
I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on our civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there, including the part where, you know, it's like the Cold War, where there's spies everywhere and people are killing each other.
Apparently.
Like, people forget that the space race happened during the Cold War. Like, the space race only happened as a side effect of the United States and Russia not throwing nukes at each other. Because that was the other solution, throwing nukes at each other. I will remind people of this because it's always funny. We were so close from actual nuclear annihilation as a planet. So the person who stole it, think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in our plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. And that's why you don't trust the government. What's this? It looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. That's a charging station for our robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up. Whoa, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool. If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Misora will do to us when we're down, you see. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? Or a stop bad touching your robots. What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe? It's pretty big for a W. Wide. I think these earbuds here are fingerphones. They're even about as long as my legs. And there's a spiked ball and giant drill on the floor too. He's sort of trying to build some kind of weapon of massive destruction. Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big barrier or something. I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I better not think about it anymore. Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around. I mean, if we're too wide around it, we could even probably much feed into the biggest one. I know, we could have prosecuted and would push us. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. Oh, come on, Phoenix, that's your boyfriend. Phoenix, be nice to your boyfriend, Phoenix. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they use during the evacuation. The explosion disabled the elevators, so I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which one would have been scarier, that or looking down. It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body laying on it. There's a button here. Oh, I know. Let's try pushing it. Bells! Don't touch that! Oopsie. Hey, it's moving! It appears to be a robot assembly device. You should assemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Bells. This is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me. Oh, I just wanna dive in and straighten up.
Wait, before you do... Metis... Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. It's Metis Sykes. Klonko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal.
You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area.
Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident?
When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused.
Ah, so he calls Dr. Sykes mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura?
With the loss, she exhibited a severe catechol imbalance. Excuse me, I have no idea what that means. Pardon me, searching for a tentative expression. She would spend the night crying and then take out her feelings on those around her.
After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded our trial as well.
That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I call her Mama Aura.
And before long, she started hating the core system and abusing Klonko, huh? Phoenix, I feel like the abuse of the robots has been going on for longer than the core system part.
I managed to waste so many lives.
Right, take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Klonko and Klonko, they're the robot sweethearts that Dr. Sykes created. Heartbeat detection system lets us determine when a human is present, recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID, and also recognizes the person by facial features when the face has been registered, can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features, and they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing! It will revolutionize virtual girlfriend technology. Hey, I don't know, Edward. They might even be more human than you. What's that supposed to mean?
I'm just messing with you.
It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does, without the autism. No offense to Athena, it's just, you know, that girl be having that. He has the energy. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence. But I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edward?
Why he did?
Yup, he called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. Wait, this has been going on the entire time and Phoenix just couldn't bring it up at any point? Oh, Phoenix, you uncommunicative piece of shit. No wonder Edward has not married you yet, besides the fact that it's not legal in Japanifornia.
So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back?
Yup, the Blackwell case. Okay, but like, that completely erases the fact that Phoenix mostly just jokes about getting his badge back at the end of Apollo Justice, with the implication that he would. Like, he didn't need a reason, per se. Like, yeah, Edward giving him a reason is, like, adorably gay of him. It's like, who else am I gonna trust to actually work this out? Obviously my boyfriend, who I would marry if Japanifolia made it legal. But it feels kind of weird that, like, you know, it's just like, yeah, it's the Edward request, I do it because Edward requested it. And, you know, the case was kind of a serious deal. It's like, you could just, like, have Phoenix get his badge back, you know, for the funnies.
and then immediately afterwards, it's like after he has it back, Edward is just like, okay, right now that you have your badge back, I need a favor. I know that I also owe you, but I need a favor. And it's like, Edward, you're like my boyfriend. You don't have to ask me for a favor. Like, I just do it because I love you. You know? Like, it doesn't have to be like a thing that just moves the guy. He can just do it by himself. I don't know. I feel it's weird. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? I haven't been one for a long time, like 7 goddamn years. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Ah, just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right, you can't even play the piano. Right, I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore, what with working with Interpol those 2 times. How's Agent Lang, by the way? Haven't heard about that guy in a while. You don't want to talk. You don't want to hear about it. He's still being annoying. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. And to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about. Just me, without actually dealing with any of the things that prove that the law doesn't work and that maybe we should like rewrite some laws. Just changing the system slightly. No, we're just gonna like redo this trial and that will fix the dark age of the... God damn it. It's so stupid. Like, I'm sorry, just, you need to rewrite the constitution every couple of decades. At least 1 or 2 decades. If not a decade. Like, just saying, you guys need, like, I don't know, a better government that actually cares about its justice system or something, and not just try to fix it yourselves. Not that doing stuff is bad, like you should do something, but clearly this is like a base issue that needs to be fixed from the ground up, and a single lawyer cannot fix that. Just saying. You need like a committee. You need like the Minister of Justice or whatever. You need actual people with a lot more power than you. Just saying. The dark age of the law. It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence, and a year after that a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. Wait, you mean? That's right, he's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that, an absolute nightmare. And we're not gonna talk about Excelsius. Like, I know I complained about it last time, but like technically all of this goes back to Excelsius. Like, if Excelsius had not been chief prosecutor, a lot of the shit that had happened in the entire series would not have happened. Like, Manfred von Karma would have not been allowed to fuck around like he did. He would not have received like the stain on his you know, on I can't think of the word, but like, he wouldn't have been in the situation he was with Edward's dad, which meant that he probably wouldn't have killed Edward's dad, or he wouldn't have had the chance to do it. Which means that Edward would not have become a prosecutor and followed von Karma's steps, which means that Phoenix would not have become a lawyer to save Edward Gay, and then he wouldn't have found Von Karma guilty because Von Karma wouldn't have even committed the crime in the first place. Like, this has been going for way longer than this. It's like 20 years, considering since when, like this plus the timeline of the first trilogy. Like, it's been like close to 20 years. 15 years, yeah, around 15 to 20. Like, this is not new. It's not a downward spiral in 7 years. It's like almost 2 decades of issues with a law system that clearly is not working. Because the people in it are not accountable for a lot of the bullshit that they pull. Most of the time, which was primarily Excelsior's fault for at least a decent amount of that time. After those 2 cases, a mass media launched an attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The sausage shaker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? I'm on Blackwell's oldest sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force me Sykes to confess. Actually, I think he had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is that for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence. And then, maybe she will release the hostages. I'm counting on you, right? To set that prosecutor and those hostages free. I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. And also I'll be seeing you, for dinner tonight. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. And this is an unofficial trial. I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I talk to Athena. She's already giving her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edward. And tonight for dinner. Even if it'll be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. See you at dinner! We're having steak tonight! December 20th, Detention Center, Visitors Room. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright! And Barely too! I knew you would come. After all, the first step in the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend and I was worried about you. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really, who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's alright, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. I mean, am I supposed to believe that?
Like, Athena, I feel like you're gonna screw me in some way later. Like, I don't know how, but later. But for now, I'm gonna go get myself some coffee. I need my coffee to survive. If I don't get my coffee, I will literally perish. So I'll be back in a sec.
Okay, we're back. Okay, I think that you have a lot of things to explain to me. Sweetie. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Spence Center that day.
What?
In the Space Museum.
Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good.
I never could really deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there things would be different this time. I wish I'd taken your old courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs and they weren't letting anybody in.
Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there.
I snuck in anyway.
Do you want to see that Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it?
I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
A jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes.
Well. But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me.
Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave?
How long do you think you were your conscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge too. My mind was being still fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home.
No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough.
Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay?
I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else.
Are you sure? Because I was gonna also ask about why you call Mr. Edward baby girl.
We also need to not talk about that.
So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum.
Of course I believe her. I mean, even if she wasn't unconscious, like, why would I believe that she did it? Like, Fulbright has been the most suspicious motherfucker the entire time. Like, massive levels of sauce, amogus, and, like, why would I not believe that that's fake evidence or faked evidence? Like, actual evidence that has been tampered with, rather than just evidence that is completely fabricated. Like, there's no reason for me to believe that she had anything to do with this. Beyond the tangential relationship of what we know, because the game is not subtle about it.
But with anybody else? No, probably not, because it's an Ace Attorney game.
What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing?
Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice. And my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people. I was just a convenient subject for her research. Oof. But also, your mom was trying to make signalis happen, which I approve of. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that, reading up all that old stuff.
No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones. You always wear these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What are you waiting for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with are widget and this earring. Oh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did, because that's what I want to believe too. Maybe she just was weirdly autistic too, and she didn't know how to express that she cared. Or maybe she was a piece of shit, I don't know. Some parents are terrible. I better ask her a little more about her mother's research. Just show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. This one. Ponko series! You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know? Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this for you too. Haha, see Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just want them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Judy. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. This looks like something written on the bandages. Yeah, I read stuff like, get well soon, Ponko. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made moving the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the space center? Yes, a little, and this person has even taken hostages. I guess I better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yup. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So, wait. You know him back then? Yes. He used to come to visit my mom a lot. Athena, I'm gonna put my little flipper on like your shoulder and be like, bitch, we've been known. We've been known since like basically the beginning of the game, because the game is not fucking subtle about it. Like, I hate to break this to you, but like, it's kind of obvious. He studied psychology underhand and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. Oh, come on! That gives him flavor. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anyone else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart.
You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Ah, Pearl relates. Frost is right, you did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, smart and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed close up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. It doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. Phoenix, you have the chance to do the funniest thing right now. You have the one chance to do the funniest shit right now and tell her that he's gonna get executed tomorrow. Like you have an opportunity here. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. God, what is with the straights this season? Like, girly, please. I respect it, but also, come to think of it, she said something like that during the Tammy's Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. It must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. Yeah, Phoenix, if you were following the plot, you would have realized that. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. We're back to the snot situation with me. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. Phoenix! You have the chance to do the funniest shit ever! But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. Athena, immediately, you're fucking lying to me. He was. I wonder if he smiled like he used to back then. If you can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. And I already have problems with Apollo never forgiving me for the shit I pulled last game. So I need to put on my thinking hat and not fuck up this time. Because oh boy, that's twice the amount of lawyers who could screw me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. I thought you might be here, Mr. Lawyer. We're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single upper courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no, this is an emergency. Oh wait, goddammit, I forgot that I'm doing the voice. Oh yo, we is an emergency. It's very difficult to interrupt a trial when it's underway. My phone! It's from Tracy! Yellow? I told you I'd give you 1 hour. Ned. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No! Wait! We still have a little more time! Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now! Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing, she's a little too young to die, don't you think? No! Don't you dare hurt her! There has to be something I can do.
The cruelest injustice is about to befall us.
No, it can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us.
Wait a minute, Maya? I read something that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding core room. That must have been really something. That must have really been something. Although, where is in part for the course for you? Core room blew up. Let's see, there is a core room we can use after all. Okay. Oh, but damn it, I thought it was Phoenix. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it!
Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep her a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of Quorum number 4. The one blown up by the bomber.
Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick. That's very dramatic. Gonna add to the seriousness of being the last case and everything.
I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I could get the place ready right away and talk to the judge and bring the bailiff. He has to wax some balls. I didn't exactly pick the place for his astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I nicked Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? Okay, Aura, I know you're like a psycho lesbian, clearly by your actions at this point, and you were jealous of your girlfriend's daughter for getting her attention. But I think that blaming her of the murder of her own child is taking it a little bit too hard. Like you're going too far, sweetie. Like, just admit that you were jealous of a child getting attention from her mother, and I don't know, talk to your girlfriend about having a little girl caretaker relationship. Just be reasonable, okay? Like, don't be weird and be reasonable. See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for a core room, Mr. Wright.
What are you talking about? Athena?
Of course, why didn't it even occur to me before? The prosecutor of Blackwell is innocent. Somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. Yeah, scream all you want. Oh, hi, Black Cyclops. We haven't seen you since the end of Apollo Justice. No way, it can't be true.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 Black Cyclops, which I haven't seen since fucking Christoph. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. I mean, you say that, but clearly there has to be a way to remove them. It's just like you don't know the way to remove them, which is different. God, I miss Christoph. What a piece of shit. He was such an ass. December 20th, 3:11 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 5.
I did a little research. I looked into the special cyclones you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great! I really appreciate it. A weird cyclone protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person falls in the questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out.
Yeah, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and and Director Cosmos.
We have black cyclones protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that that person isn't even consciously aware of. Ah, it's a trauma lock. You know, when you have like blotches in your memory because of a traumatic experience, is that kind of shit. So even they don't know it's there. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off even from herself, probably from the trauma.
Okay, so all I have to do is break the Cyclocks, which, easier said than done.
You know, Phoenix, we could have done that with Kristoff, although, to be fair, on the Kristoff situation, we barely know anything about that asshole, so, God knows why he was doing that. According to my research, a black cyclone is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person, so... You're the traumatizing them, Mr. White.
In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Great.
Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side?
She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
Alright, but you will be alright while you're saying, Mr. Nick.
I'm up against Edward. I have to be able to give this trail all my focus and strength.
Like, it's my boyfriend. I'm used to it. If it was like a random guy, then maybe, but like, it's Edward.
He knows who I am.
And you can't do that if I'm there. I just hold you back.
No, that's not it. I just meant I can't relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls.
Alright. I do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick.
Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago.
December 20th, District Courtroom, Courtroom number 4.
Defense, prosecutor, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. Man, I hope they clean, you know, a little bit of the debris.
The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. Today, this ruin is my battleground.
Something, my heart's a battleground.
Oh, hi, Clunko.
Courters of Faximel, the off is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Not a Faximal, oh man, this is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap.
Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. This is not trial, it's nothing more than a ridiculous farce.
What did you say?
What? Did you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case was shared in the odious dark age of the law.
I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today.
Precisely, the darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the core system without ever changing it even so slightly, which means that it will totally not happen again under the exact same circumstances, but the fact that we didn't change anything that was important about the entire thing.
You know.
Prosecutor Edward, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix, here it comes. I'm sorry, right, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree. Funny that you're using degrees, we didn't used to do that in the other games.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
God, Edward, you sound so British.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Stop being gay! This immense tension between us is like we're picking up right where we left off. After dinner. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. I mean, she was an 11-year-old child. It feels kind of silly. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. Put it simply, a spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edward. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edward. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right, I was just joking, just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 8th. The victim, psychologist Maddie Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo which captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed.
Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, please, Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know? Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is a trial sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. Nothing has changed. I love my boyfriend. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? Bobby Full writes the name, Injustice We Trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy one way confining and threatening the hostages and all. She can't be pointing knives and stuff at them and be here. You know, at the same time. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonco.
I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you.
Believing her brother to be innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's note on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go! Simon isn't the murderer, he was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes, who was 11 at the time. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling, they're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera on the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And the camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. I can't see why the footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? He was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to the therapy thing? Yeah, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edward, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Do you have to bring it up like that? They should have cleaned a little bit of the debris. Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story, I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Yeah. Uh-huh. I mean, that's pure conjecture.
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. Like, there could be other children, it could be like the murder weapon, it could be the moon rock that they mention. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
Okay, that's a different objection from Edward. They changed the voice actor, clearly. Like that's definitely a different voice actor than Edward's from the rest of the trilogy, well, from the original trilogy rather. Like it's a very, very different objection, actually. I don't know if I like the changes in voice actors that they've done for this game. There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moonrock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes, give a guy some time to think. Let's see, should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Phoenix, please, bluffing is what you do. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing. Right, not Sweat? Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory, if it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Come on, Phoenix, don't wish on Lady Luck, you're Sherlock Holmes too, baby. I still cannot believe that's an actual thing from... What was it? The second... I think it's the second game that he says that. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? Well... probably the arm. Which is bloody also. That's sus.
Take that!
Please notice that there is a robot part on top of the on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which...
Well, what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball.
Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical from just the moonrock and an robot arm. Was it really just the arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of one of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that that is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor, I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. That would be the exhibit photo.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it.
In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko.
Order in the court, order I say. Prosecutor Edward, what do you have to say to this?
I concede that the robot is about the same size as a child. It cannot grab its knees and curl itself into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there.
The case does come up to about a minute, Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that.
They got me there. So then did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by probably dismantling her? She was already in repairs, so... Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything that flies, push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You could also say, what if the body wasn't there when, you know, Ponko was dismantled?
You mean the sword?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart?
I suppose so. The joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them, if it's a very good one.
Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found on the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation.
You can't mean...
That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet.
Not here in these.
Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene of the at the scene at the time of the murder.
Yeah. My head. My head. My body. Where am I? Ah!
Poor Ponko. Poor Plonko. They're both having the worst time, these poor robots.
Order in the court.
It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards.
Well, thanks for that.
Yes, I'm finally making some progress.
Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
God. Where is it, Edward? Well played, Wright. You made your point abundantly clear. I consider it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays the things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor, my claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
What? But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case!
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense.
Edward!
He's been one step ahead of me this whole time.
In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene?
Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body as if he were holding something or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Professor Bakwe was wearing. The victim's note was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edward. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore those big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Analysis showed the blood stain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted on the prosecutor's Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. That concludes the prosecution's argument. Yeah! I got screwed again. God damn it, Edward. Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicions against her.
Objection!
But we also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. Yes? I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness. Yeah, bring the robot. Bring the robot. Order in the court. Prosecutor Edward, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. Remember the parrot? Judge, do you remember the parrot? I remember the parrot. That was a good one. So why not a robot? Not that surprises me anymore with him. Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko and I guess whack its balls. I do not know if robots have balls. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Also, I just noticed that the robot has teeth.
My name is not Witness, my name is Ponko.
Like she has the two yellow, like those two yellow, their teeth. She has teeth. Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
What an utterly inflexible little robot! You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. You need to do more yoga. Haha, you remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. How precious! Alright, Ponko, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Questions? You have questions? Alright, what are your questions?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Matty Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
He's so happy about it too. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great! I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable! The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. Also, you're saying that about Ponko and not about Athena, who has a literal child. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? Incredible.
I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capability, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness statement need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hug and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but... Yes, what these witness statements are telling us is... that the defendant stabbed the victim with a murder weapon during this moment. What? Phoenix, you're gonna end up, like, with a hunchback if you keep, like, getting yourself in that position like that. Just saying. Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they say. Athena's usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
And I am recharging and going to sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. I've screwed you with those all the time. Until now, think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is what an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I did it with the parrot. You can take this away from me. It is true that you did it with the parrot. Well, Karma gave you that of all people, so why am I even trying? I see you haven't changed. You never will want to worry about wasting time. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both how fruitful any cross-examination can be. I'll remind you of the parrot again.
Forget about that.
Also, for the record, Edward, I remind you that a robot has a memory. You can, in fact, damage or glitch a memory to the point that they cannot remember something. This is important.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I had her heart pound.
Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there.
Yeah, but there's something more important. The fact that she was, like, stabbed in the heart, so
she shouldn't have been able to listen to that because it should, you know, not have been heard because the heart was stabbed. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute, that means... Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she felt her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
The robot is assigned to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. Okay, Phoenix. Phoenix, sweetie, honey, darling. Do you not read the case?
She died instantly from getting heart stabbed in the heart with an object that can stab people.
After a minute, his heart started pounding in surprise. She fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
The workbench, huh? Uncle must be talking about that table to the right of where the giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Punko's statement just now? Yeah, the fact that he's on the other end of the room. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like to add it to her testimony. Very well. Punko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. The judge really likes the robot. Okay, I guess the photos from 7 years ago. Since...
Objection!
Okay then. Punko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy.
Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However... Boop. Her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations! On completely different ends of the room! Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. Like the victim mood. Yeah. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult, so the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Punko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Also, again, it says in the goddamn, like, core notes for the original case of these, that she died instantly from getting heart stabbed in the heart. So, like, what's the point here? Like, what's the plan? Like, she's clearly alive. And even if it had been the moment of the murder, again, if she lasted more than the supposed, like, heart stab, there's already issues in the investigation, like... Oh, I am very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Punko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
Edward, what do you fucking want? Right.
How many times are you gonna repeat my name, honey?
As many as I want. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree, since the robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest move the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Punko, allow me to ask you a question. Her name is Punko.
My name is Punko. Say it with me. Punko.
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Athena asked you to? And what do you move, little Punko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We rubber scan them to tell us what a thing is.
That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. So it would appear that Miss Punko here can identify what it moved. Edward, show some respect to the robot.
My name is Ponko.
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, and do we not? We do. Well, I do at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. Why do you keep doing this to me? Panko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Is there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Okay, but it has a facial recognition system, I remind you of. She could have recognized Dr. Sykes by face. So, like, the fuck are you talking about, Edward? Husband? Not husband, we're not married yet. Japan only hasn't made it legal. The fuck are you talking about? We're gonna be arguing about this during dinner. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it, wrapped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. The robots have facial recognition systems. What do you fucking talk of? What are you talking about? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. That's what I said. That's what I've been saying the entire time. Would you do this to me? If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. I mean, you could argue that maybe she didn't look at the face, but you can't tell me that she's moving something that looks human and she didn't look at the face of it. But she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. Yeah, but he doesn't have to be. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table where she removed the sore and was stained in blood. Edward, you really are arguing that an 11-year-old child stabbed an adult woman with a sword, with a Japanese katana, with an authentic Hattori Hanzo Japanese katana. That's what you're arguing right now. God, he's stupid. I love him, but he's so stupid. Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right? That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, Mama just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she could put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting. This young sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way people do. What a notable naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. No way.
I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace. Prosecutor Edward, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
No! Don't say another word, just stop! Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true. Okay, but like there's a bunch of reasons why this wouldn't work. Like a bunch. And the first one that I can think about is that there's no, like, how do I put this politely? The body is intact. The body is intact. Like, a dismantling like this, if it was done on a human being, would tear the body to pieces. Like, this would have been an absolutely horrifying thing to behold. Like, it's not possible that that's what happened by the simple fact that the body is pretty much in normal condition outside of the stabbing. Like, it looks normal. The body is normal. This is stupid. This is a stupid argument. Because it makes no logical sense. Like, the proof is on the fact that the body looks normal. Aside from the stabbing. The heart stabbing to the heart. Like, this makes no sense. Like, this is a dumb ass argument. Like, Edward, of all your dumb ass arguments, this is like the biggest one. Like, by far. I'm just... This is so stupid. Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say! Edward! She was just a little kid! How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility. Edward, your theory is the result of you fucking around.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose there could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant. The body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true! Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right, let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. No, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edward's argument seems solid enough, but... There's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. But I can't think of a single thing. Is it just me, or is Phoenix like very, very, very subtly rotating to the front? No, I'm just imagining it. Who's objecting? Who was that? Prosecutor Blackwell! You have an objection line. Why didn't you play the objection line? Was that supposed to, surprise me that it was you? Because you have an objection line, you should have played it. Ugh. This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell? What are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening? Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness, I will take the stand and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell, please go ahead. Yay, he's back! To be a pain in my goddamn ass, I'm sure. Well, it's better than Edward. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I could not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. How cathartic it was. That's the biggest lie of that entire thing. Like, come on, dude. You sound so fake. But little Poco here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
There it is. I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be? She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fully around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course. Meaning she must have left the room. So, the murder occurred after the time period Poco describing her testimony. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Poco move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Poco moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize you could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Who is to decide? Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. We agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish! Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is this really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? But, you know, with the quorum exploded?
I wanted to do it so bad. Even now I want to fly out of here and go save him.
No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? If you can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me.
I'll let this happen.
just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Who's holding it this time? Oh, you. Hi, Athena. Athena, what are you? Are you feeling okay? Did you take some, like, Alplax? Do you have, like, a nap? Could I offer you some tea? Are you doing okay, sweetie? Sweetie? Honey? Darling? Is everything okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Power might be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
It's like, so no. No need for you to chime in here, just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know? Athena, you're not the one on death row. No offense, hon. No offense. But he's the guy who's in the joint. And who's on death row. And who's gonna get executed tomorrow. So, I don't think they've been just as hard. At least not in the same way. What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? We're gonna do a flashback. God damn it, doing a flashback again. Game, you don't have to give me a flashback every other, like, 5 minutes, okay? Every other line, you don't need to give me a flashback. Like, I remember these that happened. Like, we've seen these before. The use of flashbacks in this game is a little too much. I feel like it's too heavy-handed. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, he comes back to haunt me. Oh god, this asshole. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try, feeling so helpless. I mean, Athena, to be fair, that wasn't your fault. The Pains are known for being giant assholes. Like, that guy's brother was basically sexually harassing another woman, so, like, I wouldn't, you know, don't take it too seriously. They're just like that. Caught in people's stare, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of quorums. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction. But besides, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then... The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what the truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Athena's being so brave confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine. But your efforts will surely be in vain. I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Han, you'll break at the touch of a leaf. If the leaf is the right one. Like, that's it. Like, you break at the touch of a leaf if I touch you with the right leaf. Here we go, Simon.
Let me hear the voice of your heart. Ned.
Like, the strong samurai charade is not gonna work for you, Sonny. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That pose, who do you think you are? Uh-huh. Yeah, the happiness here is weird. I think. This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena, I hadn't found her yet. I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Just now, you said that you went to the space center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first.
Blackwell, that either completely destroys any argument that you're doing because why would you give a shit, or makes you look like a pervert, and I don't know which one is funnier, honestly. Well, one is useful to me, but the other is funny.
It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that.
Yes, sweetie, it is. Like, why would you give a shit? Phoenix, common sense. Why would he give a shit unless he's like a child butt toucher?
The second I found an inconsistency, he cuts it down.
Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto.
I was afraid of that.
We'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Would you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss.
Uh-huh.
Aw, that's sweet. Okay, but did you wait there with Athena in the room like a weirdo? Okay, yeah, why are you unhappy if you were happy before about killing her? Like, what would you care on? Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell.
What?
When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness, which is weird because the last time that you did it, you felt happy. So, like, are you bipolar or something? Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be saddened at her death?
Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances.
He can't be talking about that, can he? Okay, Simon, if your excuse is gonna be I killed my mentor because she was abusing her child, on the one hand, based, on the other hand, still a crime. So... based but still a crime? But as a... come on, I know that you didn't do it. I was just a convenient subject for her research.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject.
It would have been funnier if you called her a guinea pig. What?
I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I had someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. Is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe.
Is that right?
How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there?
I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. And also, I did get some Xanax. Wait, no. Not Xanax, that's the other one. I did get some Alplax. Now take a look at these. The noise level actually increased.
You're a bad liar. It went up? I've never seen it do that before. Yeah, it's almost like you only brought it for this case. Because the gimmick is not used as much or effectively in this game because they're trying to balance it out with other gimmicks and they could have just, you know, waited to do this game after doing another game that concentrated more on the other stuff so you could give these more attention. Just saying.
Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise.
How in the world should I approach this?
An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction.
Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his boldness is prepared to give his verdict. Keep up on this law's cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. No, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? I'm pretty sure we don't have enough evidence for this shit, so emotions is gonna have to be. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions.
Got it, boss.
Got my nose, sorry. It's just, it's the nose, it's the nose. It's making it difficult to breathe.
But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over.
Nah, it's okay. Let me just check. Oh, this is too sweet. Uh-huh. Yeah, why are you surprised if you heard her crying? Oh, good name. Like... How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine, I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was... Ponko. The toy figure attacked me. Doctor Sykes knew full well my plan to rescue Athena. She could have stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it. That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko with the katana that was there in the lab. Well, rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade.
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now.
Dude! It's at 100% now. What's going on here?
Whenever we find an opening, he just covers it with lies. I'll never get rid of the noise at this rate.
It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? Well, I'm pretty sure that he said something that didn't work out there. I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony.
Alright, let's give it a third check then.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Wait. Oh, right, because Ponko was caught after the crime. So, like...
Objection!
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. Look at this photograph. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times will I see that witch damn me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain at the end of Funko's arm, where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. Thank God it wasn't Grace's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture, and in the katana for that matter. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have been transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now! You have no idea what you're doing. His voice? There's so much discord. He's getting like all of the messages. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's like he's getting notifications for every channel. To describe, it's like a violent whirlpool or something. Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. See, whatever he really saw that day is what causing these feelings. This is about the same as before. Let me guess, he probably already found the body dead. Like, the thing that freaked him out was that Athena was there and the body was already, you know, dead. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, Prosecutor? You should know better. Although it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Dono? I give you my word, now tell me what you really saw when you opened the door! Curse you, Phoenix Wright. Don't worry, you're not the first prosecutor to say that about me. Flashback. It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. He was lying on the operating table, all the bloody katana laid on the floor, and standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. I mean, you guys still want me to believe that an 11-year-old killed a woman, like an adult woman with a katana, which I find very unlikely. This is a great CG, by the way. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes as she sweetly said,
Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
Welp.
That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted.
Athena, maybe you should take another Alplax.
No.
Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth, and this is what it is? I mean, Phoenix. Hon. What did you expect? like, what do you expect? Like, he's been hiding, like, he's been trying to keep these girls safe this entire time. Did you not expect for him to see something that would make him believe that she was guilty of killing her own mother? Like, did you expect better? Like, that is the dumbest thing ever. It's like, no, hon, clearly that's what would happen. It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart. Honey, Pearls, come get her and give her some Alplax. I... Yeah. No, I'm not gonna destroy my throat with that one. No, hon. We need to talk about this shit. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Nah, I'm sure it's fine. Athena!
As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig.
Oh, they finally used guinea pig.
Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Okay, but like... I mean, the point still stands. Why would she kill her to then fix her?
Unless the logic is like, oh, there's something wrong with her brain.
The same way that... But that's software, it's not hardware, so... There would be a distinction in Athena's mind, even if she did, like... She doesn't see a difference between humans and robots as a child.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but... You dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sai could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me.
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's thoughts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research.
Okay, so she was really autistic about actually, you know, expressing love for her child. Fair, but also...
You remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. The immediate sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger then than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No, that can't be true. Then why... How would I have done something like that? To someone who loved me so much.
Her love for you was real, that I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it.
So you took the blame yourself.
You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Uncle was a witness, so I put it in the case. Held Athena close and vacated the lab. I threw Bonko away in the boarding launch trash chute and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all of the facts of this case.
No, we don't.
Hold it!
No, not yet. It can't end like this. I refuse.
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed.
Edward, I already disgraced myself. I can get my badge once again if I wanna. So I'm gonna disgrace myself as many times as I want.
Bitch. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you?
Edward, that was you.
I'm not, but this...
I can't keep up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Is that right? Yes, Athena? It's... Okay, you can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? Just let me do my case. Look, if I fail, you get declared guilty anyway. So, like, trust my ass on this one, okay? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edwards said. You have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. Girl, please. I admit my guilt. Could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
Huh. It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor?
Edward, don't be a dick. Remember when I defended you in court, Edward? Remember that shit? Remember when you wanted to declare yourself guilty and I saved your ass and proved the point and that it was Von Karma all along and you basically got groomed to be a prosecutor by Von Karma's kind of revenge for your dad's, you know, actions? And Von Karma killed him anyway, also, because apparently that wasn't revenge enough, the killing, I mean. Like, do you have to be a dick when people are in similar circumstances? Huh? Jesus Christ. Thank God Japanifornia hasn't done it, like, hasn't legalized it, because he's definitely not ready to be marriage material.
In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess?
Very well. Then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. God fucking damn it, you people. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edward. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now you can finally move forward and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena! You're worse than Edward in this respect! Well, almost. Prosecutor Blackwell will be clear and the dark age of the law can come to an end. By not changing the system in the slightest. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing it deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Down the handle? Girl, it's a katana! It's not... like... How would he get to the handle? It's made for that to not happen, or the least possible. Your Honor, please find me guilty. Ah, there, sir. These are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. Edward! Edward! Girl, I think you got an empath moment with the actual killer. It's killing me because, like, this is the exact same shit that happened with Edward, where, like, he argues that he remembers killing his dad. And then he's like, no, hon, you were, like, oxygen deprived. You were a child and oxygen deprived.
And this girl, she's clearly traumatized to the point of like not wanting to remember, and now she's just having like false memories because her brain doesn't know what to do with the information she has. Like, it makes sense that she has fake memories. That can happen a lot with very traumatic experience that you just don't entirely remember or remember wrong. That's why testimony sometimes can be faulty. But this is like so hilarious considering Edward is the most prominent example in the series from this shit happening before now, and Edward is the least sympathetic piece of shit in this moment. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument? I do.
Objection!
Thanks, right. Thanks, Phoenix. I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, why? I kill her, I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Shut up, I'm objecting. Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believing the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer. And also you have to object and then figure out how to make the thing objectionable. That's also a tenet of being a lawyer. You object first, you think later.
Objection!
I said that you never change because you have actually regressed in these 8 years. I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Edward, we're gonna have a conversation about this during dinner, and it's not gonna be pretty. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edward. This is why we haven't gotten married. And the fact that you're California did not make it legal yet. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. Oh, right, Okay, we're tackling this shit. Okay. I really research. I look into your special cyclones you mentioned, Miss Cynic. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off even from herself. Yeah, it's a trauma, you see. There's still a chance somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. Might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still. A memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Ike's confession? My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down on the handle onto my fingers. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event, I can't just tell. Is there a problem with her confession? Please prove it to... if there is a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court now. Yes, Katana.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. Makes me think that Crystal probably doesn't even know that he's evil. Why do you do it? The ominous hand that makes me kill people. I mean, here's the deal. I think that it's clear. My opinion on the Kristoff situation is that I think he's perfectly aware that what he's doing is wrong. And that he's doing it, like, because he wants to get ahead. I think that whatever, like... how do I put it? I feel like that's his surface reason. Like, wanting to get ahead, wanting to, like, be, you know... this kind of important presence in the law is like his surface reason. I think that whatever reason is underneath that, he's not completely aware of it. Like, I think he's aware that he has committed crimes and that what he's doing is wrong. I think that he isn't entirely sure or doesn't want to admit, at the very least, what's behind the reason for doing all of that. Like, the surface reason is, well, I just wanted to get ahead and, you know, be an important figure. But, like, there's something underneath there with Kristoff that I do not know what it is, and I think that that's the source of the black Cyclops for him. Like I feel like that's the thing. Now it could be the evil ominous hand, but Saito and Kristoff handshaking, they would get along. I think they would be best friends. I think Saito and Kristoff could collab. They could be best friends and collab together. They should definitely do a collab murder, you know? Instead of like a collab stream, it's a collab murder. That's an excuse for Phoenix and Datsu to meet. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right.
Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hasty to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with our memories means? Gladly! Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers feeling the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think! What could be the what could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? Well, clearly there was a different weapon. Miss Sachs said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was a katana, that much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use a katana, it could help me prove her innocence. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course he would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Ryder. You speak without thinking again, as always. How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here, not now. We're gonna prove him right again. That's right, I did, because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you just say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute, there is something! There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, there is another blade that may have been at the scene of the crime. The utility knife.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case.
Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like these are issued to Space Center employees, and a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Yeah, I know, but what about it? It's a small knife. It can be taken out of the crime scene very easily, Edward!
Of course I knew that, once you told me just now. And there's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents. You're right! I don't see any kind of bladed tool.
Yeah, but there should be one.
Fine. But isn't there something odd about the design of on these handles? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Edward, the fact that there was no other bladed weapon in the room and there's clearly a place for a bladed weapon in the toolkit means clearly that there was one and somebody took it away. I need to slap this man. I need to slap him a little.
Objection!
You know, to teach him a lesson. I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife.
And what proof do you have of that?
Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edward.
You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Now, he's simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright.
Also, Edward, I remind you that I actually did a career in art.
Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. Ah, I see that they do. But what significance does that have?
It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing.
Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics help you come out with?
Edward, I actually took college classes in art. Shut up.
Are they stupid on purpose? That's what I'm wondering. Like, a lot of this of the logic here is just so dumb.
Because, like, Edward would figure it out immediately. He's just being a contrarian for fun. And it's like, that's fine, honey. But, like, could you wait until after the trial is on to be a contrarian for fun? We can talk about it in bed tonight. Like, it's fine, but also...
Edward, just let it go, man.
Show the core, then, if you would.
What part of the design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools?
Where's... Right, you can see it in the book.
Take that!
What design is this supposed to represent?
The JAXA logo, Your Honor, is on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, JAXA is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the JAXA logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motifs she's got going.
JAXA, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space Research and Development Program?
JAXA! It's the JAXA!
I think I see it now, but...
Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot... it would complete the JAXA logo.
So it would! And that means...
Admit it, Mr. Edward, my aesthetic sense is keener than yours, and while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. And also, I'm redecorating the house, because my aesthetic sensibilities are better. Really? The house? Could it just be the living room?
No, the entire house.
Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Miss Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes.
Very well, let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use a utility knife.
Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again?
What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was a utility knife? Don't be ridiculous. Are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I think he's changing the entire the premise of his entire argument. I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like a murder weapon, and then conceal the knife on her personage until Black will carry her away. Edward, this is an 11-year-old. Do you think she's good at creating alibis? That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If in fact the murder weapon is still a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. But you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder? And that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands. No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why does it keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Oh, now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? God fucking damn it. Ah, that's Sprite. I missed it. One of my favorite. Yeah, I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. I refuse to believe it. But what if? Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? You know, Apollo, this would be the part where you enter into the room and show your emotional support to your mentor who really needs it right now. If you know, weren't on your edgy era. No, stop a bit, Phoenix. What's the matter with you giving in to doubt? Look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. We are gonna have to talk about this during dinner. Can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her, to the very end. Defense lawyer never gives up on his client, unless the client literally tells me that he's guilty, like in that one case in the second game. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. Ah yes, brain powers. I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Well, it has to be someone else, clearly. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then, how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? No, this person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too.
Even if they cover their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence, but she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Okay, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. Clearly, yeah, it would have to be Athena's mom. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. The jacket because the jacket had the ID. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. Does that mean the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? Well, by that logic, the real culprit. That's it. The person that Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. I'm a genius. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, welcome back from your mind palace, right? Let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edward. I heard me.
Objection!
There it is. I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. That was more than a second, right? You were literally in your mind palace. Because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. For now, I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you use the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? I expect you to swallow a lot, Edward. Tonight. According to the robot statement, there was no third person there. You really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous graph for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edward, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence and you're fucking screwed? You mail that post all the time regardless of the facts. Plonko's strange malfunction. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Terran, but that's Apollo you're talking to. This hunk of junk here is mistaken Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. There was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Klonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edwards said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, then the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edward, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. So does that mean? Yes, Your Honor, the person Miss Sykes stabbed. This person who was posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer. But that's impossible! How does it feel to get screwed again, Edward? It's been a while. Mask. The person I stabbed was wearing a mask.
Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something?
A mask? Yes, I remember a...
Athena, what is it?
I remember a man with a mask. What did he do to my mother? My head.
Miss Sykes, are you alright?
I think we need morale plaques. Han, calm down. It's okay.
The black cyclops, they're breaking.
Well, that's good, I think. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered.
They're gone. The black cyclops are finally gone. Man, maybe I should go visit Christoph and deal with that, huh? We're never gonna go back to Christoph's thing.
You didn't really stab your mother, did you?
It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day.
I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then...
It's alright, I'm right here. You're safe, Athena.
She was on the floor by the workbench, with a katana sticking out of her. She has a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there.
A man!
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor! Go on, Athena.
He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes, but I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me and I passed out.
Well.
When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. Had to do something. Had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Bunko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
So that's why she said that.
Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived, a man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit.
Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Ah, this man hanging here on the wall. What a weeaboo.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a normal mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom.
A phantom? The phantom of 7 years ago. It would seem. And a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has...
Who is it this time?
Oh, it's you. The psycho lesbian.
You see, this is precisely why I can trust the car system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict.
Miss Blackwell. This is not good.
A new suspect. Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who said it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head?
She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence, but also you're not helping.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all that you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother.
Athena, I'm so glad for you, but also, could you help me out?
More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing, if I could. Pongo came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. But as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise.
Right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m.
I don't have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m. Well, we do have the recording.
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check.
God damn it, the police fucked up again.
Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. There, please stop it right there.
Well, well, well.
It's just like you said, there's a man leaving the scene of the crime, and he has a damage in his hand, and he has a cut on her thing, and the hat, and who the fuck is it? No, seriously, who the fuck is it? Miss Sykes, do you remember this person?
That's him, I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
That jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes.
Can you see? There's a slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said.
Exactly, it proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct.
Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab.
The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge.
By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up until that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
Edward, you piece of shit, what are you gonna do to my case? It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. Edward, there's actual proof on record. Like, this recording. There's a recording. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Why not?
The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. He has a damage in his hand, the exact same place where Athena just said that she stabbed them.
And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on that jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the scene back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edward is right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? Well, the killer had to have brought it back. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape, but in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene.
So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed. Did the culprit had the chance to bring the jacket back? Well, when the body was found, technically. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, a man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. Okay, so that's either Blackwell or the two other people who found him. Blackwell is not guilty, because we're gonna insist on that. So who are the other two people who found the body? Like, that's all that I want to know. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edward? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the Space Probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat 1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transfer the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with the theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. For Prosecutor Edward! What does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that it was ever an official trial anyway. I'm not gonna take it seriously. It's not like I ever won against you anyway in this... How many fucking years we've known each other? Like 20? Like 20 years? God fucking damn it, it's been 20 years. Do my eyes deceive me? Prosecutor Edward, are you actually conceding? Judge, he's conceded at least a couple of times. Forced to concede, but he has conceded. And always to me. Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won! I proved that Bonatina and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. This bitch. Right, I forgot of the psycho-lesbian. A Leo princess who has truly been loved by Metis and who repaid that love with death. All these years hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Well, honey, you could have done therapy, found yourself a new girlfriend. I don't know. Get yourself a mommy dom. Like, do something with your life. You know? Like, do therapy. Work those feelings out like a normal person. You're just jealous of a small child because her mother loved her at all. In general. Like, yeah, she needs therapy. Miss Blackwell. Like you, or Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner, isn't that? Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted. Well, your fault for falling for a woman who didn't care about that. Then what do you want from her? Judge, they're lesbians. Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Nora, there is something I wanted to say to you. That I wanted to say, if you will lend me an ear.
I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is. You do? Right, Donna? You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Had 1 rocket. The spy? But he was no ordinary spy. We knew no about him, his background, appearance. I came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Horace's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions, so I asked her to evaluate a recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Had 1, Dr. Sykes' results and the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the space center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been? Who is to say? Maybe I just had it on me this entire time, you idiots. Whoa, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did he smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing.
Taka! Pep? I miss you.
I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I'd better hold on to this real tight. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate. He doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. That's a little rude. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions, no sadness, no anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom. A monster with no heart. And you see? I don't feel very comfortable with this definition because a lot of people with... A lot of neurodivergent people fall into the definition of people who experience emotions very differently from normal people, and this entire thing is like very skeevy to me. I know it's not on purpose, but it's pretty skeevy. This creature is a rod that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed, a fitting name for the man who has brought darkness to our world. Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct your further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever, do what you want. All of you suck. I'm gonna go to, like, Twitter and complain. And then I'm gonna get myself a dummy mommy.
You'll hear no objections from me.
Yes, please, Your Honor. Put me out of my misery.
It's over. It's finally over.
Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. Oh, for the love of God, who the fuck is it this time? Which motherfucker is ruining my moment? We've been here almost 40 minutes over time. Who the fuck is walking into my moment of... Oh, God. You! Cool. Apollo, what the fuck are you doing here? Apollo, what are you doing here? Why are you interrupting? We've been more than 30 minutes over time. I wanted to end the stream. Next save point. Why are you here? It's supposed to go to the save point. There's another case after this one. I know there has to be a save point. Apollo. What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edward. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Apollo, what the fuck? Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? We're almost there! Really? You're not even gonna give me an explanation before going to the to be continue? You're just gonna leave me like that? You're just gonna do that to me? You piece of shit! Apollo, you're so fucking dead. I love you, but you're so dead. I'm gonna make your life miserable. Oh god. Yeah, we're almost 40... Yeah, no, we're almost 40 minutes over time. I'm not gonna deal with this shit. We're continuing tomorrow anyway because I didn't stream in the morning yesterday. Like, we're finishing this case tomorrow. I know that there's another case. There's a DLC case, which I assume is with the collection, so we're doing the DLC case as well. We're continuing tomorrow. Fuck this shit. Everything was going so good, and then Apollo walks in. He has to be a dick about it, and I'm just... Apollo, what the fuck? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. We're still doing this tomorrow. We're dealing with this shit. Have a good rest of your day and a good start to your weekend, and I'll see you tomorrow for me complaining about Apollo ruining my moment. Everything was going so good. I told Edward to go fuck himself and also suck me at least once. Everything was going so good. Everything was going so good, and he had to do this to me. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow for this shit. Bye everyone.